Alright, guys, I hope everybody's doing good. This is your boy Luis Diamante with Demigods Gaming. We are playing Space Engineers. I'm helping you guys with doing a perfect start on the game. So, if you guys take a look, we've already had the process to start the windmills and start our assembler and our basic assembler. So, when we spawn in, we drop in on this drop pod right here. Alright. We are playing on the Desert Wolves server. This game I usually have a tendency, I like to play it on community servers. Just because I'm a big fan of a lot of the mods that are on this game. The server does have mods on it, just to give you guys a heads up. Alright, with that being said, let's go ahead and get going. So, like I stated before, I already have the windmill set up. This is what I call, for me, personally, this is my opinion, it's a perfect start. All we need to do is go ahead and work on I picked this area right here. I usually recommend you guys, when you guys do this, pick somewhere where you can find ice. Ice is going to be crucial because it's going to keep your thrusters going. It's going to keep everything going. I do have a base already here saved up. Alright. You go ahead, you're going to put everything to the blueprint. When you put everything to the blueprint, it's going to cause right there. It's going to show up along your bottom of your... It's going to show up along the bottom of your screen. Okay, that ain't going to work. I am playing on console. So, I do a mixture of mouse and keyboard along with the controller just to control my character and a couple other things I use for it. Alright, we're going to go ahead and let's get this crafting. So we're going to get these producing. Take a look, I already have some stuff already done. So we're going to go ahead and pull that stuff out and continue our process. First part is to get your windmills going so that way you can get power to the base. There you go. There's our first step to getting power to the base. What I normally do, I do 5 of them. And with doing 5 of them, what happens is you get enough power to get you going. Eventually, our goal in the game is to get up to space, but we'll get that at some point. I got that all set up. Good to go. Now the fun part. Let's go do some drilling. When you're doing drilling, it is crucial. This game is relatively loud. So when you're doing drilling, it is crucial that you kind of go at an angle because, again, hydrogen is going to be a nuisance. All right, so we dig down where you can at least still kind of walk your way up. So we dug ourselves down to the stone. Now, it's time to get our stuff going. Pick up all these goodies. Put up a cave a little bit more opened up so we can actually walk through it. Some stuff making. Now, this isn't the regular pod, respawn pod you guys spawn in at when you're actually playing the game. This is a mod. Desert Wolves team added this one, and they've been asking me for some feedback. What do I think of it as a respawn pod? So I'm gonna say don't think that this is gonna be here forever. It looks good, everything like that. There is a couple key component features that I think that it's missing. My biggest thing is, it doesn't have no oxygen generator, doesn't have a hydrogen tank, any of the sorts. So I added those myself. Thing that is very important if you're gonna put a mod in and put it into a server for your players, definitely keep that in mind. Those of you that are server owners, me personally, I have about 3,000 hours in this game. So it's one of those I really believe that if you're gonna put something that's a mod, just add it in there for your player base. We get it. We get a little bit of hydrogen with the new rover system that they added. It is. I do play with a little bit Zoom. How's it going? How you doing today? Especially when I'm driving around with that, I like to have my camera zoomed out versus. All right, let's get that made up. It's in the stream. Said it's zoomed out. Let me take a look. Hmm. We're saying that it's zoomed. The game is zoomed out in the stream. Hmm. Ah, okay. I gotcha. Let me get that adjusted a little bit. I greatly appreciate it. I am using the console version of the game. So let me get that corrected. Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, I'm adjusting it right now. Hey, thanks for stopping up and joining. Tried to make the adjustments I possibly could. Let's get this corrected. See if that helps out a little bit. Yeah, as weird as it sounds, for some reason it's not scaling. I made the adjustments on my programming. There you go. Let's see if that fixed it. I scaled it together. Ah, okay. Cool. Thanks. I appreciate the feedback for sure. Thank you. See if this eliminates the black bars. I just made a adjustment. Let's give it a couple seconds and see what it does. Let me know if that's better. You don't see the black bars. All right, let's keep this going. Hmm. All right, I have to take a look at what my settings adjusted because for some reason I got it all set up the way it's where it doesn't show the black bars anymore. All right, thank you for joining the stream today. I appreciate you guys stopping up today. So now, Orc, have you played this game before? Those of you that are watching, let me know if you guys played this game before. So I gotta get those making. All right, perfect. Let's make this hole a little bit bigger so at least I can walk and not have to crouch all over the place. How's it going? Thank you for stopping up today with the live stream. Hope you're having a great Wednesday morning, fun hump day. Oh, I appreciate the follow. Welcome to the chat room. What we're doing right now is what I believe, in my opinion, is a perfect start to Space Engineers. It's a little bit grindy at the first. We are playing on the Desert Wolves server. It is a crossplay server. It's the fun grind of the game. Those of you that are watching, let me know what start do you guys mostly like to do when you guys play this game? Do you guys like to do Earth side? Are you guys a fan of doing more space side? Or on the moon or on a different planet, Mars? Those that play on the servers with that have Triton and all that. Let me know where do you guys like to start? Of course, we got to deal with this wolf. Those of you remember back in the day with this game, the inability not to be able to kill those wolves were a nuisance when you first started. Let that make a little bit. All right. Let's let our stuff get this going. Let's keep on going, getting this going. All right, there we go. Now we have our power producing at the base. So now the next step we got to go is get these assembler and the refinery done. All right, to finish up doing what it needs to do. So while we get that done. Oh, the infamous famous saying in this game, energy low. So let this keep on going. All right, how's it going? Thank you for stopping up today during our perfect start, in my opinion, in Space Engineers. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. We just got the power up and going. Now we got to get the assembler and the refiner going. All right, we're still missing some stuff. All right. Might as well see if I can find any goodies. Let's fly up real quick. Okay, let's see what we have over here. Looks like we got something right here. That's silicone. Okay. So the biggest thing we're going to need now once we up is going to be copper. So I see we have all that. What's over here? That's nothing. We got something over here. It's going to be copper and not copper. Cobalt. That's nickel. Iron. Okay. There's cobalt right there. Cobalt is going to be crucial for us when we're building to make our thrusters for our ship, for our starting miner. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take advantage, and let's get us some of that cobalt. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to today's stream. Space Engineers. How you doing today? Appreciate you guys taking some time to spend with us here. Let's collect some of this good old cobalt. Collect some more. Eh, we ended up collecting enough right now. Don't want to go too crazy. Even though the server has the one of the mods where the inventory increases, but I rather build the ship and get it going. Where's that? That's the Wolves base. There's the respawn pod, and there is our starter base. Load it up, get that making some more. Bigger on top. Almost there. All right. Cool, Orc. I appreciate the feedback. Let me see what I can do to help that out. Black bar on the bottom gone. Okay. Minimum on the left, bigger on top. See how that looks. All right, Orc. I made some of the changes. Let me know how is it looking for you, bud. Hmm. Taking a look at my OBS to see what's going on. You are the first person to ever mention that to me. I appreciate that. It does. I have it right now set at 55. Let's see if that does anything. Hey, how's it going, folks? Thank you for stopping up on today's stream. How you doing today? Get some more of those making. All right, let's go ahead and weld up and get our assembler. Hopefully with this, our assembler will be ready to go. All right, what are we missing? Yeah, let's go get some more stone. All right, cool. Thanks, Orc. I appreciate it, bud. It could be the possibility that I'm dual screening and one of the screens I'm using is my 55-inch TV. If I switch it to my PC monitor, which I use for more of being able to read the chats and doing all my edits. The fun grind never ends in the Space Engineers when you first start off. Let's pull these back, get that in there. All right, let's go ahead and what we're going to do is we're going to clear it out. Make sure everything's running good. Survival kit. Survival kit's on. Everything's on. Ah, bingo. It's offline. Could it be that the battery just drained on this thing? Let's take a look. Yep, all the batteries are drained. No wonder what we're having the issue. So with this, as much as I didn't want to do it. Hey, how's it going? All right. I am going to have to go to where the base is, my main playthrough base that I play with. Let's get this crafting. Everything should be crafting up. Once this is all crafted up, we'll craft the battery, take it over there. We should be good. Yep, everything's there. So let's go back to our base location. All right. There you go. That's what it was. We ran out of power. That's why we were working on quickly getting to that point where we can have the assembler refinery attached to the base, to the streaming base, and that way we just produce its own power and don't have to use this anymore. Eventually, we are going to move the survival kit from here, take it over to that base so that we have a respawn point. If you don't do that, let's just say if you die, you will be respawning somewhere else. So those of you that are new to the game, definitely want to keep an eye out for that. All right, now that that's done, let's get these going. Come on. There we go. With this mod, it does have a completely different setup than I would normally do with that solar panel, and I'll show you guys that when we get to that point. I'll get that going. See, I'm still missing computers, displays, steel plates. Still missing a couple things. Once we get this going, we no longer have to use the drop pod. All right. Thank you for joining on today's stream. I appreciate you stopping up to spend some time with us. All right, let's keep this going. So I gotta wait for the displays and everything else to finish making. go. We got some steel plates going. We got some good stuff. And let's turn on our light. Get some more stone because we'll use that in the other refinery. We did find a place where the cobalt was at. So we'll go to that shortly. Keep on getting that filled up. Got some stuff made, so we're going to keep on. Right, once we get those done, we should be good to go and no more have to use the survival kit anymore. All right, let's. I have to adjust that another day. We'll get that fixed up. Let's go ahead and do this. Trying to make these adjustments, guys. 1 second. Fit that screen. Let's see how this looks better. There. Close this out real quick. Now, what we can do, now that we have the refiner and assembler going, we'll transfer all these things back over here. All right. Hey, how you doing today? Appreciate the follow. How's it going? I am doing great on this lovely Wednesday morning. I appreciate you stopping out, spending some time. Can't type today. Save my life. Actually, you know what? I know what we're gonna do. Get those going. It's going pretty good. You know, still new to the game. Still learning every day. I appreciate you asking. Thank you, thank you. Day by day, I've been doing a couple different games. Today I wanted to do one of my favorite games, which is Space Engineers. Uh, there's a couple of them. I'm a big fan. I love playing Ark, Evolve or Ascended. I've been playing a lot of Icarus. Me and my buddy's been playing, doing that. I do have playthroughs on that one. I have been playing Windrose, a little bit of Enshrouded, mostly survival games. Now, Crimson Desert's a new one I started playing. How about yourself? Yeah, I'm a big fan of survival games. Um, I was a big fan, I still am to this day, just haven't found one that really catches my eye. I have always been a big fan of RPGs. RDR2 is a phenomenal game. Haven't done Claire Obscured yet. I've been wanting to do it. GTA 5, I've done that. Most of the time I play online with my buddies. I am a big fan of RPGs, so I do have to agree with games, story games are great. Favorite RPG of all time would have to be, if I would say, I'm sitting down thinking, would have to be Xenogears. Xenogears is perhaps my favorite RPG of all time. Growing up, I spent numerous hours playing that game. Legend of Legaia, Legend of Dragoon, Final Fantasy VIII. I would say those are my top. Not yet. I'm still learning how to mess with everything. I've only been about 30 days into streaming and YouTube with my YouTube channel. So it's one of those little baby steps. It's something we could definitely discuss. I would definitely consider it. At the moment, I kind of like to learn as I go, but that's something definitely we could discuss. But I definitely appreciate the willing to help. I have a Discord, yes. You can find me on the Discord, same as my username. Everything I do sticks to my username. Instagram, I really don't mess too much with. Let me take a look. I could be wrong. I thought it was. Oh, take out the HP. If you take out the HP, you'll be able to find me. Second here. Uh, Make sure I see it. All right, here's what we'll do. Let's take a look. Sending you one right now. Yeah, I don't see nothing on mine. All right, let's keep the fun grind going. All right. How's it going? Welcome to the stream today. How you doing? Some of those producing right now. All right, there we go. Now that we have that going, we got power going. Now we're gonna make cargo container, and the next step we are going to take. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take our survival kit. And we're gonna take it from here and now transfer it to the base. Need some steel plates. So what we want to do is not die at the moment. Have ourselves a cargo container here, so we're gonna empty out some of our stuff. Go ahead and go. Get some more done right there. Hope all of y'all tuning in are having a great day. Thanks for stopping up today. All right, let's go get some more. Get some of that ice back with us, and we'll go ahead and make oxygen generator. Yes. I usually can't remember if I do HP or if I do just Luis Diamante. Get that cobalt going. Get some of that going. Motors and steel plates, and we'll have our oxygen generator going. Oh, snap. Too busy paying attention trying to get these settings right. Oop. Trying to get this all corrected, folks. Let's get OBS back up over here. There we go. All right, I'll take a look at it at some point today, and I'll let you know. There we go. That all set up. We should be good to go now. I know I saw a wolf somewhere. There you are. Yeah, I heard you somewhere. How many tanks I have? I still got enough tanks. Let's go ahead and get some cobalt. cobalt I don't need. I need iron. Here we go. Here's some iron. That's where we're gonna want to go. But now that we got that all going, now that we have that up and going, so we're going in the right direction. So what we're gonna do now is we are going to make some components. Next thing we want to do, it's a mod. It's one of my favorite mods that I like to use. And it's this right here. The gravel shifter. With the gravel shifter, what it does, it's a process to help you because then it'll turn your gravel into a little bit of every single resource that exists in the game. So, way to get you started, get you going. And the reason why the owners added it to this is just a way to help out players. Due to the fact is collecting some resources gives you a little bit more flexibility of building anywhere. That way you're not stuck with I can't find gold. I can't find something. It's not going to give you a whole lot, but it does give you something. So for me personally, this is one of my favorite mods in the game. Those of you that are watching, let me know what you guys think. Go ahead and shift that over. Gives us a little bit more flexibility. Well, that's gone. Let's go ahead and I'll be right back. I'm gonna go refill my coffee cup. Now, what we're gonna do now, we are going to go and get our mining ship that I already have assembled at my playthrough base. There it is. Have my sorters already all set up, so we're good to go. Thing looks good. Go and switch that off. Because how heavy this ship is set up, this is where thruster designs will help you out the best. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. Go ahead and take this one off. Let's make some adjustments real quick. Because the way everything is set up right now, do this one, switch it to, there it is. Ah, Hey, how's it going? Thank you for stopping up today, watching the stream. How you doing today? All right, we got that all set up. Now if everything goes according to plan, we should have our grabber shifter up and going. Do this change this real quick, move it over here. Still waiting on a couple more pieces to make for our gravel shifter. Once that is done, we'd be good to go. Now we'll start with the gravel shifter. We'll go ahead and whatever we collect from stone, it converts the gravel into a little bit, just a little bit of every single resource in the game. Like I stated before, it's a method that the owners do to help out folks to give them more flexibility where they can build differently. Because normally when you spawn in the game, you have a tendency to those that know of the game, you want to look for somewhere where you have ice, because ice you'll need it for oxygen and hydrogen, which later on it can help you make your hydrogen ships to get up to space when you do a Earth start. If you guys want me to do a start from the moon or from space, let me know in the comments. Let me know if you guys want me to do that in another series. All right, keep that going while that goes. So we have an assembler, basic refinery, generator. So the next step we're going to do is I'm going to work, once I get all this welded up, because since we do play on a dedicated server, all these wire grids right there have a tendency to cause server lag, depending on the server provider and everything like that, based off of my experience in the game. So what I like to do is if I'm a player, I like to help that out, cause the least amount of lag. That is why a lot of times when I'm playing, you'll guys notice that I do not, anybody that has played with me on servers, I do not use printers. I do not print chips. Every chip that I do in the game, I make it by hand. Just think about it and keep on going. Have I made some good chips? I think so. Have I made some not so great chips? Absolutely. I still remember the first time I made my first large grid chip. Me and my buddy were playing, and the ship, just because I didn't have enough up thrusters, I didn't have all the stuff set up properly, the ship just crashed. So another question, those of you that are watching, let me know how was your experience if you played Space Engineers building your first ship. Let me know in the comments, and that'll be awesome. I do have a series going on with this one. I do have some editing I have to do for this. You can follow it. You can follow it on my YouTube channel along with other series that I'm doing. It should be this. The name of it should be tagged in the descriptions in my profile. If you guys click on it, I do also stream on here, YouTube, and Kick. If you want to drop by, you like what you see, want to hang out, have a good time. All right, grabber shifter is about to be assembled. Now what the gravel shifter does, it's going to take the gravel, and if you take a look, it gives you a little bit of everything. Now the server does have mods, has a 3-in-1 cubicle mod. What the cubicle mod does is it works, think about it on your refineries, those that you know. It gives you the mod of speed, yield, and power efficiency all in one. And as you see, we're slowly creating more. A little bit of everything. What are we missing? Let's take this to 100%. Just need steel plates. So what we're going to do, we're going to grab these steel plates. We're going to grab these, and we're going to go ahead and keep on finish welding up. And then we'll go through our next step, which is it's going to be starting our first small grid miner. I'll show you guys how I like to build a miner when I start out on a server. I am going to do it with no mods because every single server has their own set of mods that they like to use. So in our case, what we're going to do is I'm just going to build it generical plain Jane. So since I still have some pieces left, what we're going to do, we're going to build an area for building. All right, keep on going. All right, and with that, we are going to call this one an episode for the series. Thank you very much for you guys stopping up. This is your boy Lewis with Demigods Gaming. If you could do me a favor, just take a look at the next video that pops up on your top right hand and continue on the series. Thank you very much. All right, everybody, how you doing? This is your boy Lewis with Demigods Gaming, and we are doing right now what we're going to do is we're going to start our first mining ship build. I do have one from my original playthrough that I'm using, but what we're going to do is we're going to start the process of building a miner. So the first thing I like to do is when we do it, we create a jig. And with the jig that we create, let's do a small grid, get that going. What we're going to do is go ahead and put it into production. All right, now that we have this fully assembled, our next phase is going to be to make the jig. All right, now that we have that set up, now what we're going to do is we're going to start building the ship. I like starting with the cargo. So it's just, I like using the medium cargo container. Then what we're going to need is we need a conveyor converter. Then we're going to go ahead and select the cockpit. I like to use for my ships, I'm a fan of the flush cockpit. Now that we have that all set up, next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up a connector. Then after we have the connector set up, the next phase is we are going to set up a couple batteries. So for this instance, we're going to go ahead and do the warfare batteries. If you do have them, if you do have the DLC for it, but you can use these two. All right, I like to put 2 of those. Once we have that done, we have all that. Next thing, the last 2 slots I like to put is our gyroscopes. We are going to go ahead and blueprint. We already have them blueprinted, so now all we have to do is, and the build planner, not blueprint. Have those set up and let them start fabricating and producing while it does that. So while it does that, we're going to take advantage and we are going to get some nickel, silicone. I want to see if by here. Looks like we got something right here. Let's take a look. That's ice. Perfect. Magnesium. Ice. Which is nice because we are going to need that eventually. Magnesium, magnesium. Ice. Go ahead and take a look. Usually if you fly up pretty high up, you'll see some marks on the ground, like a black mark, and it lets you know that there's something there. Take a look right over here. See how that looks? That lets you know that there's some kind of resource dug in there. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go slowly, go down and take a look to see what we have. We have some nickel, which is perfect. We're going to do, we're going to activate that. And then we are going to continue just to go down to where we see the nickel. If you take a look, we just reached the nickel area. So let's go ahead and collect that. So if you guys take a look on the ship, I have my sorters and my small connectors, and what they're doing is they are currently dumping out any stone. I have it set up where the stones are automatically dropped. coming out where I'm only collecting nickel. If you take a look, collected a good amount of nickel. So we're gonna back out a little bit. Now you need to be careful flying with those because it does spit them out. And if you're flying, you'll end up causing damage to your ship. We are making some adjustments to the visuals. Trying to get rid of these black bars right now during the stream that just popped up. See how that looks. It's looking better. All right. Thanks for stopping up today. I hope you're having a great day. If we adjust this a little bit more upward, a little bit more bigger that way, then make the width a little bit more, that should be fix our problem. It's not working. All right, let's take a look, see how that looks. Hope that looks better. All right, folks, thank you for joining the stream today. I hope you guys are having a great day. Take a look. We still got to go down some more. Oop, it's a little bit heavy. Let's fly backwards. All right, we got that all set up. Let's go ahead and dock back at the base. And now we'll have a little bit of silicone, nickel, iron going. We got some cobalt. So we can start the process of assembling a mining chip. So for those of you that want to learn how to kind of do, in my opinion, set yourself up with a mining chip. When I do mining chips, again, I never ever print chips. I got one chip that I have saved from when I first started playing. I don't like to print chips because again, causes server issues and It's just, I don't know, it kind of takes away the fun of tweaking it. You may have a phenomenal battleship, but again, there's always a way to make it better. So I always start my ships fresh. All right. So we're going to start the process of building the ship. First thing is first, we're going to put, I always like to start with my cargo container. Get your container up. Container is up. We get the conveyor converter going. Those of you that are new to the game, you have to make sure that your connectors are lining up properly. So you can't have one left and right, then another one going up and down. It won't pass through as you're mining, which the whole component is when you're mining, have it go through from one end to the other on your ship. Next thing we're going to do, we're going to get our connector for docking. And then last but not least, we are going to put our gyroscopes. Gyroscopes help us be able to turn, spin, go left and right with your ship. Once that's done, we go ahead and weld everything. We got to make our batteries. I like to place my batteries right there. That's another one right there. Batteries are ones you guys can place anywhere and however you guys want to place them. You could give it like, use your batteries to give you a little bit of a wing or anything like that. I like to do it that way because I like the Warframe because it gives it a little bit more of a rounder than a boxy edge. All right, so now that we have, get these gyroscopes going. Here's your initial setup. Now that we have our cockpit, conveyor converter, We have our cargo, we have our batteries, and we have our connector. Next thing you want to do, is we are going to make an ore detector, which is what's going to help us locate all the nodes in the game itself. After the ore detector, we are going to go ahead and get our drills. For this instance, we're going to use the regular ones. I do like the DLC looking type ones, but we're just going to go ahead and use the regular base game ones. We're going to do 3 of those. Once we have those set up, next thing you want to do is I am going to go ahead and get 2 sorters set up and 2 small connectors. What that is I'm going to set it up to dump the stone as you're mining to get rid of the stone, because now that we have a ship, we're not going to need as much stone, even though we have the gravel shifter. So if you want to have some, go ahead and do it. What we're going to do is we want to get rid of the stone. We are going to be mining now for just a specific target set of things. Because we kind of want to help power it up, I'm going to go ahead and plug this one in because I do have a uranium charger, one of the mod ones on this ship. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and dock the ship. We're going to go ahead and let it charge, help us charge these batteries. Because right now you roughly only have about 30 minutes worth of battery power. Thought I saw. And then right here, once we get that going and everything's processed, we'll start putting our drills, our sorters. Once we're done there, we go to the last part, which is our thruster placings. Oh, and our ore detector, which I have it all in the build planner and it's currently being made. Take a look. We just got to wait for that finish to get made. So during this downtime, what you guys can do is you guys can go and go mine some more if you want, or think of ideas, other ideas you want to do to the base. I have an idea of what we're going to go with the look of the base. Let me know in the comments, and those of you that are watching the stream, let me know what style do you guys think. I like to go with the fort style, where I build walls, put guns up to protect us against the NPCs. We do kind of got to monitor this assembler because by default it wants to go ahead and keep on making cobalt. There's a wolf. Come here. And on the server they do have wolves. I know some servers shut the animals off, and I get it. They can be a nuisance. I like it because of the factor if you're playing on a server that has the food turned on. I actually had a discussion with the owners about turning that on to kind of show you guys how to do the food process. They said that they thought about it and they're gonna eventually implement it, but at the moment right now, they're still tweaking the server. It is a brand new server. They just started it up 2 weeks ago, and they reached out to me because I do know the owners of the servers from other games that they have that I've played on them with them. Oh, what server am I playing on? Those of you that are wondering, I'm playing on the Desert Wolves PvE server. I do know that those of you that like the PvP aspect of the game, if you're thinking about possibly joining the server, they don't have PvP yet. I pitched them a couple ideas based off of my experiences playing the game, the way they could implement it. I'm just waiting to see what they say and what route they want to go. If they do add a PvP aspect of it, I may go do a little bit of PvP. I'm not too big on PvPing, but I know a lot of folks do enjoy it. It does add an extra layer to this game. All right, as you see, we have the connector ready, so when the ship's done, we'll go ahead and dock it up in there. Hopefully all the components are done being made that we need. Yep, let's go ahead and get these going. We're going to go with the ore detector. Get that right there. Next thing we're going to go through is get the drills, start lining up the drills. The drills can be kind of tricky when you're doing them due to the fact that sometimes the placement, the middle one's perfect. It's getting the ones on the sides sometimes can be a little bit of a trick. So if you take a look, let's rotate it. Boom, got that one good. That one should be lined up good right there. So we're good there. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the sorters. Get the sorters going. One sorter there. One sorter here. What the sorters are going to do, they're going to dump out now. They are going to dump out the stone. Even though it's wise to have it where you could turn them on and turn them off, due to the fact that this server has the gravel shifter. Those of you that are not familiar with the gravel shifter and didn't watch the previous episode, the gravel shifter, what it does, it takes the gravel from the stone you collect and converts it to a little bit of every single resource in the game. What that does, it helps you, gives you more flexibility to build the number one if you like doing planet side. Number two, it helps you out so you can get to space. Because I know sometimes some planets is difficult to find cobalt. Some folks have hard time finding gold and silver. Platinum, if you want to add ion thrusters. There's other additional components in the game that you requires you to use those, but at least it gives you something to start off with. And again, it's not a whole lot. You can increase the yield because they do have the 3-in-1 cube mod. With the 3-in-1 cube mod, what it does, those of you that are not familiar, the 3-in-1 cube mod goes ahead and helps you out with increasing. So instead of now on your last set of your refinery and your assemblers, instead of having to put, sort it out with, I know the very common one is on the refinery, put nothing but yield. On the assemblers, you put nothing but speed. Now it gives you a little bit more of a boost because now you could put more and you get a better yield from refining or assembling. Let's go ahead now that we have everything placed. Now it's the fun part. Let's go ahead and weld it up. Do I believe that it's a great mod for this game? I like it. I enjoy it. It's actually one of the mods I look for. In addition, I know some folks do look when they're looking for servers, they look for the mod, thruster damage on, animals off. Well, I remember before they implemented the food system, I remember that killing wolves and everything like that were next to impossible. They would not just die. So a lot of servers, what they used to do is just shut them off. Once they implemented the food into the game, it made it easier because now they finally fixed the issue where you can actually kill them. and get meat from them. And with that meat, you make food. A lot of folks, if you do like a space build or whatnot, you live off of algae, which we've all done it. So now if you take a look, now we have our drills, we have our sorters, we have our connectors to dump out all the stone. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go with the thrusters. So we're going to go, since we are on Earth, Earth base, we are going to go with atmospheric thrusters. I'm going to use my favorite set of thrusters I like to use, which is the sci-fis, because I do own all the DLCs for the game. Let those go ahead and fabricate. Let's let those finish up making. Same time too, we're gonna make we're gonna go ahead and make some steel plates so we can start doing the outline for the base. All right, how's it going? Welcome to the stream today. I hope you're having a great day. Thanks for stopping up. We are right now working on our perfect start, in my opinion, in the game. We are currently working on building a starter miner. All right, now we have that all set up. Let's start getting our thrusters. So when you're placing your thrusters, thruster placement is important. We are on Earth, so I don't worry too much about downward thrusters, but you have to have thrusters going in every single direction. So what I like to do is I go ahead and one there, put one there. These are our upward thrusters. We got that one there. Go ahead and sneak one there. Now our ship is going to be able to stay up in the air. Now we need to make some backward thrusters. Put one there, put one there. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get some forward thrusters. And then we're going to get some thrusters to go sideways. Okay, we're out of steel plates. Let's go ahead and start getting some of these going. There we go. So now if you take a look, we have forward thrusters, backward thrusters, up, down, left, and right. Now we just keep on welding what we can. All right, once that's going, let's go ahead and let our bottles get filled up for our hydrogen. what we're doing now is just keep on working on getting these going on our starter miner. Hey, thank you for stopping up and spending some time with us. How you doing today? Oh, the infamous saying in space engineers. Energy low. We're gonna go back over here. Sit right here for a little bit. Regain. I'll take a sip of my coffee. Give it a little bit of time to get itself, get more stuff processing. All right, looks like, all right. So what's going on is the refinery wants to keep on trying to push the cobalt. I'm going to take it out of the refinery, get it to push everything else we need it to make. That way we can keep on producing the stuff that we need for the ship. Everything should have enough steel plates now, so once it's done, the ship will be mobile. So once we get on the ship, we're going to cut it loose, and everything should fly good. Even though I do have a lot of hours in the game, I still mess up to this day. Let's go ahead and get these welded up while we wait for the stuff to get fabricated. Okay, now that we got all that welded up, now we have somewhere to walk. No more having to hover all over the place. Burning unneeded. Alright, so now we should have everything to get our thrusters. At least the ones that I had in the build planner. We're going to add that one. Add that one. Add that one. Add that one. All right, our build planner's at max. So we're going to go through, process leftover stuff that we need to process. And then we're going to keep on going. I don't want to get on the ship yet due to the fact that if I was to sit on it, for some reason this happens to me multiple times. If I was to sit on it, start programming the drills, the sorters, and everything, it likes to tip on me. So I don't do that until I have at least all my thrusters in place. Because then if you do that, you're gonna go up, which is fine. But if you have, like, see how we have some forward thrusters done, now it's gonna want to push the ship forward, but I don't have no way to counterbalance it to keep it straight. So I don't have my backwards thrusters set up. This has happened to me multiple times in multiple playthroughs. So we're gonna go ahead and let that stuff get crafted, and we continue on. Take a look. We got a bunch of stuff going, so we're gonna take advantage and keep on welding as it crafts just to keep ourselves busy. Charge up our health back up. All right, now we have our thrusters to go right. We have our side thrusters almost done. Still keeps on going. So for the base itself, I'm still trying to think the layout to do. Yeah, I know those of you that are watching, you guys see a miner here. This is my miner from my playthrough, and if you take a look at the build on it, it's a little bit different because I have it set up with the connector on the bottom. When I normally play, I like to do it that way. This is something I was working on because the developers on the server were trying to figure, server owners were trying to figure out something to do with when the players spawn in, having a vehicle and a miner to help them out with the initial start. So I told him, I was like, you can try something out, not 100% sure. I was like, due to a lot of the vets on Space Engineers enjoy doing the initial grind with the drop pod, then slowly building up. At least the ones I've spoken to. Those of you that are watching, let me know if you guys like to use that kind of implemented system on the servers that you play. Take a look. We need more iron processing. So we're gonna go to refinery. We're gonna kind of switch it up. Push that to get processed first. Gotta love my coffee. While we're waiting for that to get processed, we are going to continue and take out what we can. Keep on going. I know when you start off first, it's always a back and forth, back and forth. Usually, what I like to do is when I'm doing this, I'm out there mining, trying to collect more items. I can go out there mine some more because I do have my playthrough one that I use, but this one has mods from the server, and I know a lot of folks, a lot of servers don't carry the same mods. So I want to do this build based on the vanilla. The only thing is you're going to need, if you want to make it look identical to this, unfortunately, you're going to have a couple of DLCs. Now you can do this with the base game one as well, if you kind of like the style of this. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and post it up on the workshop for those of you that like to print out ships. I personally don't like doing that in any of my playthroughs on any servers that I ever play on. I know some of you do enjoy it. For me, it just takes away the fun of the game. For me personally. Now I can go to my main base to kind of show you a little project I'm working on right now when I'm off camera. So this is my main base. As you see, I've done a little bit. I've been kind of busy between work and doing all my streaming, editing, and everything like that. So once in a while, when I get a chance to play, this is what I've done so far. This is my little project. This is my project ship I'm kind of working on. I'll let you guys see it once I'm done with it. Gonna use this as a cargo hauler. So when I go out to space to collect resources, if you take a look, I have everything connected. All the batteries are all charged up. Oxygen's full. How is it looking on hydrogen? It is a large grid ship. So if you take a look, it's only got 18 hydrogen. So I have to go mine for some more ice. Looks like the ice ran out. But again, this is a little style that I'm trying to do. The base damage, the thruster damage is turned off on the server just to give you a little bit more creativity. And if you want to hide some of the thrusters, I hide some of them, but I don't hide them all. So project I'm working on there. So remember when I was talking to you guys earlier about the 3-in-1? These are the 3-in-1 cubes. Take a look. If you guys were wondering how worth it they are as a mod itself, what we'll do is I'm going to pull up the assembler. All right, here's the industrial assembler. Pull this up. Now, if you take a look, 3-in-1 upgrade cube. Look at the power efficiency. I'm not burning so much power from the base. Look at the production speed. Now we're producing at 1700% over. Okay. If you want to take a look at what we'll do is we'll look at the refinery, the industrial refinery. The industrial refinery, 16,000% better power. Yield rate, over a little bit over 1,100%. Refine speed. So now it's like boom, 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 boom. And because I have everything set up and I am using one of my favorite, perhaps my only script that I use in any of my playthroughs, Izzy's. Now what Izzy that has going on is, ignore this because what this is it's accounting for the ship that I'm building. But what the Izzy does is it makes the base automated. What I mean by automated, I can go right here into this terminal. Okay. Let's say I want to put this back. It's going to take it from there and eventually it's going to transfer it to there. So what Izzy does, those of you that are not familiar with it, what Izzy does is it fixes everything. Because if you take a look, it renames it components 4.8% to full. So now it makes, you have to, the easiest way to do it, have 3 large cargo containers. It takes all your ores and your ingots, puts it here into its own container. Then it takes all of your weapons, food, bottles, puts it all into one container. So no more having to click and drag, click and drag, click and drag, transfer and over. So if I go here, okay, let's say I want to make just for giggles. Watch how fast it's making my stuff. Okay. From there, I can scroll down to my cargo container. Now watch what Izzy is going to do. It's going to transfer it from the assembler into the cargo container. And that's what I like about the Izzy's mod. Goat sorter. Okay, okay. Um, Talk to me a little bit more about that one. I've never used it. I've always used Izzy's. Why do you think that the goat sorter is better? I have to do some looking into that mod. So with that, we're gonna fly back to the base for this purchase. I just wanted to take some time while the components are making, kind of show you guys a couple things. Also, Kentaro, thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate you stopping up today. Okay, okay. I'll have to do some looking into that because I know on previous servers that I played on, Izzy's has supported my food processor. Obviously, on this server that we're playing on right now, they do not have the food activated, which I kind of requested it to the server owners, but they're still learning how to program servers for space engineers, which, because the food system is something different and it's nice to have. But I know I've tried using Izzy's with the food processor and I've never had an issue, but then again, I really haven't paid too much attention. I'll have to take a look at that eventually when they tie it in. All right, let's add a couple of these to the build planner. Um, I know how to do it. I've been debating on it because I know on a previous server that I played on, I set it up and I believe I had it set up to always leave at 1,000 for each of the resources, each of the components and bottles and everything like that. But that was when I was playing with the group that I normally play with. We're usually about 8 to 10 players wise on a server. But it definitely is an option. You can use that. I may just do it, set it up to show people how to program Izzy's, because I know Izzy's itself can be a pain sometimes. But those of you that are watching, let me know if you want me to do another episode on setting up Izzy's, because I know Izzy's can be a pain in the butt if you're not too careful and you can mess up one of the coatings. right, now we have that going. Just got to wait for these, and we can get this miner up and going. Alcantara, when you do, it sounds like you're familiar with Izzy's and Goat. Do you set yourself up for auto crafting? Okay, okay. Because right now on my Izzy's, I have it set up not to auto craft. Where that's one of the reasons why I usually don't do it because I like to control what components I make. Sometimes I overmake components because I forget what do I have being processed from the build planner. So hence is why you see a whole bunch of extra components in my container that has my components on it. Pam, I've heard that through a couple videos that I've seen, but I've never really paid too much attention to it. Can you talk a little bit about it so I can let me know what is it that you like about it? I normally the only script I ever run, like I stated earlier, the only script I ever run is Izzy's. Actually, on this server, one of the things I told the owners because they are new to doing space engineers, I told them have the scripter where everybody can do it. If it gets to a point where it starts causing you server lag, then you can mitigate, give it to server, scripter rows or whatnot. But I know a lot of folks like to use their scripts. All right, looks like we're gonna have to go mine some more iron. So we're gonna go ahead and use my personal playthrough one, which if you take a look at it, it's kind of similar to the one I'm building. Only difference is this one has some of the server mods on it. Let's go get some more iron. So while I'm mining, I'm gonna look into that Pam. Path Auto Miner. Alright. Ship's about to be heavy, so the ship can't handle too much. I'm gonna have to build myself a different one. Oh, okay. I did do a little bit of reading on it. Sounds interesting. I'm gonna have to go on my single player, play around with it before I try recommending it to the server owners. Let them know about it. Because one of the server owners knows a little bit of the game, the other one's more knowledgeable when it comes to the game. Yeah, because I was reading it right now. I was looking it up while we were mining. I see that they have a mining mode, grinding mode, shuttle mode, station mode. So in other words, it turns one of your ships into a drone, more or less, specifically for mining. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I have to play around with it. Drones is something I've been really interested in wanting to do in the game. On top of that, just because I'm a big nerd when it comes to mech stuff, I do want to try that, like building a mech in the game. I know there's scripts for it that you use and everything like that. But again, when it comes to a lot of the scripts I'm not familiar with, Izzy for me, but I'll definitely look into that goat goat one for sure. And that Pam, you intrigued my interest with Pam. The only side that I'm seeing here is the developer stated whenever he last updated in 2019 that he doesn't play Space Engineers anymore. But if you're saying that it still works like a charm, then I'll definitely look into it and give it a try. Well, we're doing that. I'm going to take advantage and get a hydrogen tank building up since we do have an ice deposit close to the base. Do I have any steel on me? No. Let me get some steel. Okay, cool. I greatly appreciate the heads up. Like I said, I'll definitely give it a try. I'm all for it. When it comes to Space Engineers, it's usually one of my top games I love to play, so. With that being said, it should be caught up to make it what I need. All right, it's getting there. All right, I got all those. Those are all good. Now, how long have you been playing Space Engineers, Kentaro, if you don't mind me asking? All right. Our next step, while we're waiting for that, we're going to go ahead and take advantage and build the solar panel system I like to build. Where now it'll follow the sun. Build it back up a little bit. Okay. Like I said, I do like it. It sounds like to me it makes it more efficient. It makes your playthrough more efficient while you're playing the game, based off of the way you're describing it. Okay. Now, question: have you tried Space Engineers 2? I tried purchasing it for me, and unfortunately, my system, apparently based off what they said, it's not compatible with it. Because when I tried to get it all set up, mind you, I'm still new to the PC gaming. I just recently got myself my first PC about month and a half ago. Around the same time I started streaming and doing content. That's the issue I'm having. I do want to play it, but unfortunately, just gotta wait. All right, now that I have this all set up, all the thrusters are going, everything is good. Now we have the ship, so let's go ahead and dock it off. And this is always the fun one when you're done building a ship. Okay, so far so good. Let's go ahead and scoot it back some, drop it down. There we go. Ship is fully set up, mining ship, for us to go. So while we're doing this, I'm going to go ahead and set up my groupings. Okay, we got that one set up. Next one we're going to go with, we're going to set up our sorters. Unfortunately, with this part, with sorters, you have to do them each individually at a time. Set it up to drain all. Now you got to set up the next one. Drain all. You got to whitelist it. Click on it. Type what you want it to get rid of. Then you go ahead and add it. Take a look. Got them both set up, right? Once both of them are set up, now we're going to create a grouping. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's kind of. I catch myself playing another game, and I always catch myself coming back to playing Space Engineers. I did a little bit of Arc when they released the Lost Colony map, so I did that for a little bit. Been doing a lot of playing as well. I've been doing a series on Icarus as well. All right, right, so now we got our grouping set up. Now what you're going to do is you're going to go to groups, switch it to recharge on and off. Those of you that play with mouse and keyboard, you can set it up as well. But this game, I have a mixture of doing it with, I use all three, mouse, keyboard, and, excuse me, mouse, keyboard, and the controller, because we are playing this on console. Got that, got that, got that. Now we gotta set up the small connectors so they could throw out all the stones. Throw out. Throw out. Okay. With everything being set up and done, we are missing one key factor. We got to put some lights on it. So let's go ahead and get some lights on it. Now the server I am playing on, it is crossplay. So if Kentaro, you ever think about possibly joining, you're more, definitely stop up. Go ahead and click on the lights. And I know this one has a tendency to drive my friends crazy how bright I make the area when I'm mining. Okay, so you have a little bit more time than I do on SE. There it is. There's the ice. So now that we got it all set up, I have it set up where I can create the hole. Yeah, I think I have about 3,000, but it's a combination between my PS4 and PS5. It's probably my second most played game. In my library next to Ark ASE for me. And it's funny how I stumbled upon it. With my PlayStation, I upgraded it to Extra because I was looking for a new survival game to play at the time. So I was kind of burned out from playing, Ark, Conan, and everything like that. Oh, see, take a look. Got to monitor the weight. So it's one of those. It's definitely. Yep. So we're definitely going to have to add a couple more up thrusters. I could add a couple large thrusters, but because I like to keep it narrow, I'd rather just go ahead and add some up thrusters. Hmm. Rimworld. That's one I've never heard of. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of see what I can do with helping the ship be able to fly if I put it in my inventory. There we go. So that is a way you guys can mitigate, kind of combat it. You can't put it in your inventory, so it takes away the weight from the ship. As interesting as it sounds, but it does it. Skyrim. Now that is a great game. I played Skyrim on its release when it first came out. And I still catch myself. I do have the PS5 edition upgraded, but at the time I was using Xbox and I was working part time at a GameStop. So I was able to release it. That was when midnight releases were a thing. So our next step is we got the hydrogen tank going because with the hydrogen tank we're going to start filling that up so we can go ahead and make our first ship to go out to space. Let that go ahead and produce itself. I don't have that many hours on Skyrim. I would probably say I have about 1700, 1200, 1700 hours on Skyrim. Now, since you played Skyrim, so let me ask you this with Skyrim. How often did you went I did a sneak build a lot of times. So I would go through with the bow and sneak through all the caves. Was that something you did or were you more going there guns blazing, sword, everything going on it? now that we have our hydrogen tank right there going, so what that's going to do is now, if you guys take a look at my hydrogen from the base, since I don't have it on stockpile, see how it fills it up? The only thing is by not putting it on stockpile, it's going to take a little bit longer for it to fill. So with this case, we want it to be full. So when we build our space mining ship, we want this to be full because once we dock it, we want it to go ahead and boom, get that all filled up. Due to the fact that I'm having the oxygen bottles, the hydrogen bottles, I apologize. I'm using that just to keep my suit fully filled up. So now that we have that going, let's go to the next phase of the project. Okay. The mage class, I have a hard time in games playing mage class. So for me, it makes it kind of difficult. Never been a big fan of the mage. The paladin, tank, all day. ESO, when I played it, I did that. The sneaky archer was what I did a lot through the dungeons and caves and everything else like that. If I remember right, I had my Xbox character had it set up so good and so high that I could one shot kill giants. Never was able to get to that point where I did the one shot kill on a dragon, but I did the one shot kill on giants. Go ahead and start welding this stuff up. Okay. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, that's definitely a nice little hybrid combo I see there. Now, do you do like the fireball, lightning, or are you using your magic for more for healing, where you could be more up close and personal, or do you try to do a little bit of a mixture? So when you do that, sometimes the game itself does not produce both of the components. So you have to make sure you have the hinge part and your builder planner and the rotor part. Because if not, you think you're producing it, but you're not. So we're going to add that to the rotation of stuff to be assembled. Oh, the infamous saying, energy low. It's been a while since I heard that, but we're going to keep on going. Oh, look at the wolves. All right, well, that's going. We're going to go ahead and take this miner. Disconnect it. Let's go get some more ice. So while all the other components are making, we got ice going. We got hydrogen going, so when we build the ship, charge it up, and we can go out to space to collect some stuff in space. What we're going to do is we're going to take advantage and we're going to make this hole bigger for ourselves. So that way we're not constantly running into stuff and possibly damaging any of the stuff on the ship itself. Set over to recharge. Let that charge up its batteries. Some more. Ooh. We're going to go ahead and disconnect this guy. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down to grouping. We're going to turn that one off. So I don't want to lose that stone because, again, because of the server, the stone gives us a little bit more of items from the gravel shifter. Now, sometimes because you will need gravel to be able to make yourself a reactor, so keep in mind, just make sure you guys shut that off. So I let those last little bits make, and then we can keep on working on making our solar panel setup. Let's take a look. We're still missing a couple pieces. We're going to go ahead and get that on the build planner, get that building. Go ahead and get those assembled. All right, now that we got those, we should have everything set in place to get this all built. All right, now we have our hinge, we have our rotor. Now we got to build the custom turret controller, because that is how we are going to be able to set up for the solar panels to follow the sun. And we'll take care of doing little fine details of that off screen. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to build, add components to be made. And while those are being done, what I'm going to go ahead and do is have a little bit of fun. Let's round those off while we're waiting. We got that one. Oh, wrong one. Get these assembled up. Always remember, folks, those of you that are watching, you need to make sure you keep in mind that when you are playing on a private dedicated server, you want to try to have all your components fully weld. It does help with the server health. It's one of those things I can't stress enough. Plus, the server admins will love you. Go ahead and get this custom turret controller going. Now that we have that built, now what we have to do is start building the frame for the solar panel system. So for the frame for the solar panel system, we're going to need steel plates. Okay. While we're building that, we're going to take advantage and start producing the components needed for the solar panels. So while that's doing that, we are going to start doing the framing. I do it. So what you want to do is you want to make sure when you're doing it, you're adding 1, 2. Reason being, when this hinge turns down, if you only set it to 1, guess what's going to happen? You're going to smack into your structure. You don't want that happening because you're going to destroy it. And next thing you know, all the work you did putting it together is going to go bye-bye. Then what I do, I don't count the centerpiece. I go 6 out. I'm going to go ahead and weld this centerpiece. And we're going to keep on going. All right, with that being said, we're going to get these welded up. All right, now that we have the steel plates, what we're going to do, we're going to start setting up the solar panels. So to set up the solar panels, I like to use these. Gives it a nice little aesthetic look. So I go to third person. Take a look so that way I can see what I'm doing. Got 1, 2, 2. And then we'll set up a corner piece. Okay. Boom. Got that corner piece set up. We're going to set up our triangle pieces, which is our end pieces. So I've built this so many times, I know it takes, how many does it take for 6 pieces? Right there. Now that we have that set up, now if you take a look, we have our system. Boom. I have a tendency to build too many boxes at the ends, which is fine. If you do that, you're just taking the extra precaution. You can make it a little bit more rounder if you want. You just have to add a couple more solar panels. But for what I needed to do, this right here is sufficient. All right. What we're going to do is go ahead and finish this piece up first, these pieces up first. Then we'll focus on the solar panels. And doing this setup, the best part is you do not need scripts to set this up. So if you're playing on a server that has the scripter row turned off or scripts turned off, this will work for you. All right, our energy is low, so let's go ahead and go to our respawn pod. Yep, I classify this as a perfect start. We have been going for about 4 hours for me, in my opinion. I have it set up. As you see, we got a miner done during the stream. We have all our assemblers done. Take a look from the moment we started the stream. We got our assembler, our basic assembler, basic refinery. We got a conveyor box, a survival kit down. We have our generator. We're using one of the mods, which is the gravel shifter mod. And we also built this miner during this stream, and we've gotten the hydrogen tank. So from at least in my point of view, I classify that a perfect start. What would your perfect start? What would you consider your perfect start to be? No, I am actually playing on Xbox, not Xbox. I'm sorry, PlayStation. The server I am playing on a private server. It's a brand new server. It's only been out for a couple weeks. They do have some mods, and the nice part is those that like to use scripts, you don't have to have a script or row to be able to use it. Fair, fair, fair. I've never tried that in all my hours playing the game. I've dabbled a little bit with the space starts, but the way you're classifying it, I've never tried that challenge. I may have to try that on one of the episodes just to see. I have roughly about 3,000 hours total in the game between Xbox, not Xbox. Keep on saying Xbox, I'm sorry. Between PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Yeah, I'm pr I know enough to be able to defend myself. I'm not that type of person that likes, I guess, flex, rag, however you want to look at it. Oh, yeah, you got me beat. You got me beat for sure. So definitely. Yep, hands down. I appreciate you stopping up, though, hanging out for a little bit. Take a look. Build planner. Now, what do you play on? Are you PC, PlayStation, or Xbox? You mentioned Xbox, so I'm guessing you play on Xbox?
Facts, without a doubt. Yep, yep. Oh yeah, with any game that you play, there's always, in my opinion, going to be somebody with more starts. And the best part that I love about playing certain games, you especially on dedicated servers that have a community. With that community, the community, are willing to help out. You actually get those players that don't like to do stuff and whatnot. We all get them. We all deal with them. The progression. I remember before they implemented the rover, and you guys remember this, that you had the drop pod. And when you use the progression, having to grind down the thrusters just so you can unlock it, then go ahead and build the assembler so you can start unlocking continuously, everything like that. I do remember going through that headache. Actually, when I first started, I used to convert my drop pod into my very first miner. Yeah. But again, I did it a lot in single player. Oh no, 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 no. Absolutely not. You had pretty much a free ship when you had the pod, because with the pod you could use that, and all you had to do was what? Put a cargo container on it, a drill, a couple extra thrusters, and you'd be pretty much set. At least in my opinion. Yep. Yep. I usually did the thing where I did two forward thrusters, two backward thrusters, two side thrusters, and that's it. On a Earth, when I started in a Earth like world, I never do the down thrusters. And Kentaro earlier was watching the stream, and during the stream, he mentioned about the goat and Pam mods, which the Pam mod caught me. No, I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha. Yep, the Pam script, right. I never used it. All I ever used, like, you could ask Kentaro, we were having earlier in the stream, we were having a conversation about it. I've only used Izzy, and that's it. So I play on this server as well. This base right here, I'm doing it more or less for my YouTube series that I'm doing and streaming. I do have my other base. While I'm still waiting on the components to get done, I can kind of show you. I've been busy playing other games, but I've been doing this. This is my base that I use for a playthrough. I have added a couple mods to the game. Recharge my energy up. In the meantime, now you guys that are watching, since I'm over here at my main base. No, I have it turned down because when I was welding at first, here, I'll turn up the volume a little bit better. It's not on your end, it was on my end because when I first started the stream, I was drilling, and a lot of folks, that drilling noise gets annoying. So I just turned down the volume a little bit down where you hear my voice more than anything else. Just to help you guys out because those of you that know, when you're drilling, it is extremely loud. So if you take a look, I have it set up with Izzy's. I do have the 3-in-1. The server does have the 3-in-1 cubes to help you out. And like I was showing folks earlier, this is a little project I'm working on my playtime. So we're gonna go back to over there, just kind of show you guys that one. And same thing, any server I played on, I always follow the method that I call the perfect start. Now, your perfect start, that's a challenge I may be willing to do a series on. Am I probably going to goof it up? Yep. I'll give it a try. Hey, I'm willing to try it if it means us having fun, having a good time, and I'll stream it. I'll record it, put it up on the YouTube channel. We'll do all that stuff. I appreciate the follow for that one. Thank you very much. Now, once we get this series done for this one, I'll do that series. Just for that follow, I'll definitely do it for you. So what you're saying is I want to make it clear. I want to make it clear. What you're saying, a perfect start. Start out in space. Take over a ship. And start from there. Are we on the same page? Space. Oh, yep. That's what I mean. A spacesuit only. No ship. All right. Once I get done doing this series on the perfect start, I'll start working on that. So keep an eye out. I usually do start streaming earlier because I work at nighttime. And then when I get home, I'll do a little bit more. But nighttime is mostly I like to do is start getting myself prepared up for the next stream or the next episode I'm recording. I am East Coast. Because right now, you guys that have a little bit more knowledge, that way what I'm doing right now is building the solar panel, no script. No script system where it follows the sun. This is something I like to do when I'm playing on servers, because a lot of servers don't allow script to be used. No, not event controller. You're getting close. Well, kind of, sort of. I guess you can call. Some people call it an event controller. I more or less use the custom turret controller. I like to do it because it does help with keeping the base charged up because the wind turbines work to get you started. And you can modify this. I've done it before where I've put the batteries attached to this. But on some of the servers I've played on with the parallax or however you pronounce it. Okay. I've never tried it that way. Let's go ahead and get this stop produced so we can produce the rest of the stuff we need. Well, this server, they have this mod where starts you off with this rover. Not too crazy about it. I've talked to the owners about it, kind of give them my feedback on it. At the end of the day, we all know it's up to the server owners. They're really good. It's a really good group of guys that own this. I've played on multiple game servers that they have throughout the years. Alright, so it looks like we need to add. Let's get everything. So, before I forget, for this, add the camera. Those bad boys going, and we should have it going and have the solar panel set up. Looks like, where's the sun at? Sun looks like it's right over there. I kind of want to get this done before the stream ends because I do. Once the wife gets home, got to go run her to work. Then I got to go pick up the kids and do all my adulting stuff. Alright, looks like we're missing. We're going to add this one. Alright, now we're going to look in what direction is the base, so it's on this side. So those of you that are looking at the camera, when you're setting up the camera, easiest way to tell which is the bottom and the top of the camera. Let me hover up real quick so you guys can see. Come on. Set up. Alright. Kind of looks like a smiley face. That's how you know where's the top and the bottom of the camera. Actually, no. My wife was the one that actually pushed me to start streaming and creating content for video games. She actually went and bought me the PC and got myself all set up. Is it the top, the bottom? I always thought it was the top. Makes it look like a... Oh, you know what? You are right. I always, for all this time playing, I always thought it was the bottom, the smiley face aspect. You are correct. Again, 3,000 hours in and I'm still learning something new. All right, now that we have this all set up, now how are we going to set it up to get it to run, to follow the sun? First and foremost, you're going to want to go to your hinge. I like to turn down the torque, because I like to turn down the 2. If you leave it at where it's at, not yet. I haven't gotten that far yet. Because I usually, when I do it this way, I never have an issue. And then I turn down the torque down to 2 on this, on the rotor. Because once I activate the camera, it is going to drop, and I've had it where it's dropped and it's destroyed some of my stuff. So now what we got to do is look at, where is my camera? Now we got to go back. So I'm going to get out of this, go back into here. Now that I have everything set up, I always set this up like this. And then we'll go down. Where is... targeting option? Nope, it's not there. Where's my other one? Camera. Camera 2. There it is. Always aim at the sun. So now if you take a look, yep. Dances for a minute. But now it's constantly following the direction of the sun. Torch layouts. I know, I have a tendency to come up with stuff. My wife likes to mess with me. But now, the base is getting all set up. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make a couple batteries. I could use the mod batteries, but for this series, I'm trying to use next to no mods besides one, the gravel shifter. So bear with me. Don't pick on me on that one about that. What I had to do, well, let's make 4 batteries. But now that we have that all set up, solar panel is going. Get those components going. Let's go ahead and recharge up our energy. Then the next goal that we got to do is we got to find a gold node, a silver node, so we can upgrade our survival kit. And what we're going to do is I'm going to take advantage while that's crafting, if I have enough. What we're going to do is start setting up the layup to get a better refinery and a better assembler going. And I apologize if you guys hear it in the background. My dog is thirsty and drinking water, being all loud. Well, that's done. Let's see what else. We still have enough of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to force the refinery, because for some reason the refinery constantly wants to keep on forcing itself to make other things. But I believe I just hear the wife got home. So with that, guys, I appreciate you guys stopping up today. I'm going to call it a stream here. And I appreciate everybody that stopped up. Those of you that definitely left me a follow, thank you for everything, guys. You guys have a great day and enjoy the rest of your hump day. This is Lewis with Demigods Gaming. Out.